Try to keep up. One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill.
Florida, Cuba, and the Bahamas bracing for torrential rain and heavy flooding this weekend. A system moving across the Gulf of Mexico expected to strengthen into Tropical Storm Alex and make landfall in South Florida. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking it for us and joins me now. Michelle, as always, it's great to see you. What do we know about this path? Where's it going? What should folks brace for?
So good to see you always. And yeah, we're looking at heavy rain falling now through western Cuba and now also through central and southern Florida. And that's going to be the bullseye as we head throughout the next 24 hours. The main impact being torrential rainfall, flooding rainfall. We could see some urban areas also flooding as well. So still not a tropical storm, but seeing tropical storm winds. So regardless, we're looking at the impact of tropical storm winds. So this is what it looks like on radar.
Let me move over to the central part of the country where we find Brianne Fannin Steele. And if there is a marquee statewide race tonight, it is this Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate nomination in Iowa. Look, we're not sure if National Democrats take, how much they're going to invest in this race. But it is interesting to me to see somebody whose first name is Congresswoman, in this case, former Congresswoman Abby Finkenauer, who looked like she was it was basically going to be handed to her. Is she going to blow this?
That's a great question. She came into this race, as you mentioned, really looking like the front runner. She raised a lot of money to start. She came in with some big endorsements. She has been to Congress. But here in the last couple of weeks, there's a lot of momentum around another Democrat running, former retired Navy Admiral Mike Franken, who came back to Iowa to run for the U.S. Senate. He's drawing a lot of enthusiasm. He's really making a play for the middle in Iowa for a lot of independent voters, for some disillusioned Republican voters. Looking back, Abby Finkenauer really struggled to even get on the ballot in Iowa. It was a big moment. She struggled to get the necessary signatures that she needed. It ended up in the state Supreme Court. So that really damaged her perception, I think, in a lot of circles, especially among Democratic activists who saw that as a major mistake. So tonight we'll see whether she's able to pull it out.
Look, it's going to be a close game. If you're looking for an election to follow that may take to the 70 or 80% reporting, this is one of them. Let's talk about Chuck Grassley, because you told us before the show began a stat that I thought I knew every stat. But this is the first time Chuck Grassley's ever had a primary opponent? Is that right?
This is his first primary in a Senate race since 1980. He's seeking an 8th term. You talk about an incumbent, right? He's been in federal office for 47 years, and he has not faced a primary challenge since that very first run for the U.S. Senate in 1980. He's got a state senator, Jim Carlin, who's running to his right here in Iowa, and so that's pretty unusual. Chuck Grassley, his longevity in Iowa, he's a legend here. He's a political icon. People really look to him, and so for him to be facing this challenge, I think, nobody's too concerned about him being beaten. I think he'll win this pretty handily tonight. But we're all going to be looking here in Iowa to see just how much of the vote Jim Carlin is able to pull, where he's able to pull from, because I think people see Chuck Grassley as being weaker than he has been in some of his past elections.
Look, there's been some speculation here in Washington, Brianne, that had Grassley been able to make sure he was going to be replaced by somebody from the mainstream wing of the party, he wouldn't be running. But he's running essentially to hold off the far right in Iowa. Is that the sense you get on the ground?
I think Chuck Grassley is running because he thinks he can do a good job, and this is something that he wants to do. But you're exactly right that if he hadn't, it would have opened a really wide open primary here in Iowa, and who knows who would have stepped in for that. I think Iowa certainly is still Donald Trump country. There are certain members of the party, like Jim Carlin, who believe that Chuck Grassley should not have voted to certify the 2020 election, and that could really be detrimental possibly to the party in the long term, to see some of that infighting maybe that would have happened if this had been an open seat.
We shall see. Brianne Fannin Steele, thank you so much. Enjoy election night in Iowa. Tashara Jones is the mayor of St. Louis, a city that has seen a dramatic decline in gun violence last year after recording its highest murder rate in 50 years in 2020. So, Mayor Jones, let's start with the positive. That's a big, dramatic drop. I imagine you don't believe it happened by accident. What are some of the programs that you believe worked and could perhaps be extrapolated out to other cities?
Well, thank you for having me, Chuck. Some of the things that we're focused on in St. Louis centered around deterrence, intervention, and prevention. We are using these methods to try to prevent crime before it happens, to intervene where necessary with grassroots organizations, and deter people from lives of crime by giving them other options. And it's an all hands on deck approach. We have relationships with the community. We use data-driven policing strategies and alternatives to policing. So we have a Cops and Clinicians program that pairs licensed clinical social workers or other behavioral health providers with officers to intervene where necessary.
To get the job done for you and what the tools you need to continue these programs and to perhaps even expand upon them, is this something where you need more help from the state, more help from the feds, or is this something that the city and county ought to handle itself?
Well, we have to get guns off our street. Period. Stop. That still makes a difference in how successful we are in continuing our programs, because the more our state relaxes gun laws, and they have been since 2007, it also puts our officers in danger, and it ties the hands of our municipal officials. Right now, we are challenging the state of Missouri on the Second Amendment Preservation Act, which literally will charge our officers $50,000 per occurrence if someone says that their Second Amendment rights were violated when their gun was taken away. So, we need action on the federal level and the state level, but no one wants to seem to do anything.
What is the piece of gun legislation, practical gun legislation, one thing, and you pick it, I'm not going to plant any seeds here, that could have a big impact on the streets of St. Louis?
Oh my, getting rid of high capacity weapons and weapons of war, I think, is a start, because everybody has access to an AR-15. And that's a weapon of war. Those should be used in war, not in everyday circumstances. And I think if we can get rid of weapons of war off our street, that would be a huge step forward.
It sounds like your police officers are telling you they feel outgunned at times.
They absolutely do. I mean, actually, when people have access to the same weapons that our officers do, then nobody is safe.
And that to me, I hear this individually from police officers, but collectively you don't hear this as much. Is this something you wish more police officers would speak out saying, hey, look, I believe in the Second Amendment too. However, this is no way to keep a society free for a right to, as somebody wrote, to pursue happiness.
Right. The Second Amendment has been misinterpreted in recent years to mean that everybody should have access to a gun. And we all know that the Second Amendment, the reason the framers wrote that was because of to have a well-regulated militia. Individual people are not a well-regulated militia. So the Second Amendment does not mean that everybody should have access to firearms. And, the background check issue is huge here too, especially in issues of domestic violence. And so we have to do something. I am cautiously optimistic that Congress will act, but unfortunately, we've seen this story before.
I'm curious, school security, school safety. What is something specific that the feds could help you with?
Well, they can take weapons out of the hands of 18-year-olds to have access to weapons of war and be able to purchase weapons at 18. I think they should raise the age back to 21. Look, cities and urban areas, especially schools where a majority of the children are Black, already have metal detectors and already have school officers already on site. So our children in urban areas are already going to school under a guise of going into a place that, where the metal detectors go off every time somebody opens the door. And I'm sure that traumatizes them as well.
That's a very fair point. You got some concrete asks. We'll see how Congress responds. Mayor Tishaura Jones, St. Louis, Missouri, appreciate you coming on and sharing your perspective with us.
Thank you for having me.
dig in a little bit more. Leanne Caldwell, Washington Post Live anchor, co-author of The Early 202. Stephen Hayes, editor-in-chief of The Dispatch. And Simone Sandage, former Kamala Harris senior advisor and host of Simone on MSNBC. Leanne, I want to start the biggest picture of all this. To me, that 1 in 5 Americans believe, only 1 in 5 Americans believe people run for office for the greater good. That we are, look, as a journalist who's been here 30 years and can have some cynicism in him, it's like, yeah, they're probably right. But ouch.
Yeah, that's bad. And let's stick to the politics, but also these talks on gun control legislation, or I won't even call it gun legislation because that's not really what it is, but these tinkering around the edges is probably going to play into that as well. There's been a major distrust of institutions over the last decade at least, probably longer. It got worse during the Trump administration. People voted in 2020 against the former president, against Donald Trump, not necessarily for President Biden, and they're not seeing a lot of change in the pocketbook. They're not seeing a lot of change, good things happen for them. And so I think that there is just a lot of apathy out there, and we're seeing that in these elections.
Look, I'm not somebody who wants, who runs to when Hollywood celebrities make a point. But I got to play this other side for Matthew McConaughey, because I actually think, whether he meant to speak to this point that we were making this morning and we made today, it certainly sounds like Stephen. So take a listen.
People in power have failed to act. So we're asking you, and I'm asking you, will you please ask yourselves, can both sides rise above? Can both sides see beyond the political problem at hand and admit that we have a life preservation problem on our hands? Because we got a chance right now to reach for and to grasp a higher ground above our political affiliations. A chance to make a choice that does more than protect your party. A chance to make a choice that protects our country now and for the next generation.
It's hard to disagree with anything he said there, Simone.
I can't disagree. And you know what? Matthew McConaughey is not some blazing liberal, right? You know, he describes himself as a centrist. Okay, and what that means, like a
radical centrist there.
Aggressive.
Yeah.
He sometimes says aggressive centrist.
Yeah.
He is a gun owner. Matthew McConaughey was saying what I think a lot of people around the country are saying. Well, why can't the politicians do something? And I was having a conversation with another one of our colleagues earlier today, talking about the fact that, okay, it seems to me that incremental progress in Washington and Congress is going to happen when it comes to some type of legislation, as Leanne talked about. It's really hard to look at voters, look at the American people, look at parents who lost their kids in Uvalde, look at Mr. Whitfield Jr., who lost his mother in Buffalo, and tell them that this incremental progress is something you should be happy about. Everyone believes that we should be able to do something. And if not, why are these people in Congress in the first place? And I do think that they have a point.
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, think back to 2006. It's the first of a long string of change elections. Every change election between 2006 and 2020, now certainly 2020.
We've only had one in that era that was not a change.
And it was 2012.
Yeah.
Every other one was a change election. And that just tells you voters have had it. They're fed up. They can't stand anybody. I mean, I have to say that when you raised that 65% number, it wasn't surprising at all. In some ways, I was surprised that it was as low as it was, which is really, I mean, maybe I'm too cynical. It's possible. But that's an amazing statement. I think you look at the way you're talking about gun legislation, the ability to even have a conversation, right? I mean, maybe these conversations are taking place behind the scenes. I imagine that we probably would end up in different places on what the right policy outcome is. But the inability to have a conversation about it.
Look what happened to the Buffalo congressman.
Yeah.
It's crazy. He lost all the endorsements.
He just wanted to have a conversation. He can't even raise something that's seen as a heterodox view in the current party structure.
Let me tell you, this is why young people, though, are very disaffected with the political system as it currently is. It's not that they aren't participating. Young people are very engaged and involved at various levels, but they do not see politics through as a vehicle through which they can make change.
It's not a solution.
It's not a solution for them. And we have to get to a place where young people believe in this system.
And politicians aren't governing for solutions. They're governing, or they're campaigning on the base of the party on both sides.
They're governing for survival. I was talking about it sort of fused together, right?
Yeah, no, it's an excellent point. And the bases of the party, when you go to the far right or the far left, they're not the ones who are actually doing anything. And that gets back to the apathy, why people aren't engaged, or these change elections, people, as you said, have had it, is because people aren't seeing anything that impacts them. There's chaos. It swings back and forth, and people are frustrated.
Look, I want to get to another piece that makes people cynicism. You and I were talking about this earlier. David Valadao.
Yeah.
Okay? The fact that Democrats are running an ad to promote an opponent of Valadao from the far right, because Valadao did the right thing about Trump, and voted to impeach. You were pretty impassioned about this.
White hot rage about this. I mean, look, I'm actually sympathetic. I don't agree with Democrats on a lot of things. I'm very sympathetic with Democrats when they say the stuff about election integrity, that is the core of what we're doing in the country. It to democracy, to the preservation of the republic, and it could be an existential issue. I buy it. I agree with them. I nod my head along when people like Nancy Pelosi say that. And then Democrats go and spend to boost a candidate like this against David Valadao, who took a really risky political vote by voting in favor of impeachment. If you want people to do the right thing, you have to reward them when you do the right thing. And this is so cynical. I understand the political hardball element, and I'm not naive about it.
I don't, though.
But it is
I'm with
so cynical. Like,
Tell me,
on.
Simone.
I don't. Look, I think I was a Democratic strategist for a very long time. I've worked a lot of races. You have to be willing, there has to be a line that you are unwilling to cross. There has to be a line that you are not willing to cross.
Hey, Democrats paid for that.
I don't think it was necessary. There are many other battles that Democrats can fight this midterm election season. They have lots of battles, and some that they can win. We say that we believe that we need two political parties in this country. If we say that we believe we need Republicans who are ready to stand up and do the right thing, then when Republicans do that, let's not target them and pick on them. Let them do the right thing and hope that they'll come back the next time. I think that we're playing a very dangerous game, and this is why people don't believe in the system, because they're like, look at what these politicians are doing.
Leanne, you spend more time in the Hill than all of us here, with your last job here and what you're doing now. Do you see any impact? Are we getting the typical, well, I wish I could do more, but I can't, type of whisper conversations?
Yeah, I mean, on guns or everything?
On the whole thing, obviously guns being the latest of these issues. But January 6th is feels like in the same category in an odd way, you know?
Yeah, yes and no. I think that people are so politically hardened. We're so close to an election. There is just there's no meeting across the aisle anymore, even privately anymore. Everything is battle. People have political language is so violent, and there's a reason for that. And it's in these discussions of gun debates, I've been catching myself about the violent language that I've been using about how to describe the two parties against each other. But, I was talking to Senator Kramer of North Dakota earlier today about the gun legislation, and he is just, we are the freest country in the world, and so this is, we can't take away these freedoms. And I asked him, and I said, well, President Biden's response to that is people need to feel free to go to the grocery store, to go to schools, to be able to live their lives and feel safe. And he says, well, that he just completely disagreed. He said, we can't take away people's freedoms. That's the choice that we have to make. And so people are still really, really hardened on a lot of these issues. And that's why on this gun debate specifically, Senator Cornyn is leading this, but he is there to make sure that any sort of changes happen are very small, very incremental, very, very narrow.
This is designed to get 25 Republican votes.
This is designed, and what that does when you have 25 Republican votes, that means that there's not going to be nothing is going to be sweeping. It's going to be, they're now saying we need to improve the current laws.
Something better than nothing, though, in this case?
For the United States Congress, yes, but this is just not on Congress. This is also on state legislatures and governors across the country. In the aftermath of Parkland in Florida, when Rick Scott was governor, a real Republican, legislation got passed that did something in a Republican state legislature.
Will something be addictive? Something beget something?
I think it's good to have some progress on any of this. And again, I think we probably would end up in different places on what the specifics are. But it's good to have some progress. It's good to have them talking at least. And if you look back on the big things that Congress has tried to do, whether it's comprehensive immigration reform, whether it's gun legislation, it's not working. So take what you can get.
Yeah, and there's none of this, hey, we both have something tough that we have to sell our bases, so let's all do this together.
Right.
But that is so out the window. We don't do those things anymore. Simone, Stephen, Leanne, nice to see you. We miss you.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd, and thanks for streaming with us. As we say around here, if it's Tuesday, voters are voting somewhere. And today, that somewhere is a group of 7 states from coast to coast, New Jersey to California, plus Mississippi, Montana, New Mexico, and Iowa and South Dakota. And the one with the most races we're watching the closest is our friends in California. What happens in California tonight could give us some clues about the directions of both parties, including how voters in the nation's most progressive state are feeling these days about issues like crime, homelessness, and inflation in 2 of its biggest cities. But whether voters across the country make their voices heard tonight at the ballot box, or whether they send an even more powerful message by staying home, we have some flashing red sirens to start the show with today. Signs that America could be in the midst of a big political depression. Check out these numbers. Nearly 2/3 of Republicans and Democrats, something they actually agree on, say that all or most people who run for office do so because they want to serve their own personal interests. Democrats and Republicans, as I said, don't agree on much these days, but they seem to agree on that. Just 21%, basically 1 in 5 Americans, think that all or most candidates who run for office do so because they want to serve their community. Just 20% of the country thinks that about anybody running for elective office. Add that cynicism to our latest NBC poll that shows 75% of the country believing we're on the wrong track. You've got an angry, disinterested electorate that's hostile to most folks with a title like congressman or congresswoman in front of their name. And on the campaign trail, the word politician itself is being used as an epithet. Check out these ads.
Illegal immigration is bringing in drugs and crime, taking jobs South Carolinians need. And career politician Russell Fry hasn't done enough to protect our borders.
8 times in a row, politician Greg Raths increased our tax rates and fees. Just like Biden and the liberals, Raths makes California unaffordable. We pay more, he makes more. That's politician Greg Raths.
Politician or career politician, kind of a 4-letter word of sorts. It's important to note both those ads are for the incumbents in their respective House races. They're attacking, yes, politicians. Look, there's a saying at one of the newspapers here in Washington, democracy dies in darkness. But you can just as easily say that democracy dies in apathy. And if people believe that the concept of public service is a myth, and they let that cynicism, their cynicism toward government, keep them home on election days, where they could ostensibly elect quality lawmakers, we're headed to a bad place. And frankly, we got a poignant reminder of that sense of frustration voters are feeling at the White House podium this afternoon, when actor and Uvalde native Matthew McConaughey vented his frustration on the inaction to pass gun legislation.
We've got to take a sober, humble, and honest look in the mirror and rebrand ourselves based on what we truly value. What we truly value. We've got to get some real courage and honor our immortal obligations instead of our party affiliations. Enough with the counter-punching. Enough of the invalidation of other side. Let's come to the common table that represents the American people. Find a middle ground, the place where most of us Americans live anyway. You could feel the pain, the denial, the disillusion, anger, blame, sadness, loss of lives, dreams halted. We saw ministries, we saw first responders, counselors, cooks, families trying to grieve without it being on the front page news. We met with the local funeral director and countless morticians who hadn't slept since the massacre the day before, because they've been working 24/7 trying to handle so many bodies at once, so many little innocent bodies who had their entire lives still yet to live. And that is there that we met 2 of the grieving parents, Ryan and Jessica Ramirez. Their 10-year-old daughter, Alethea. She was one of the 19 children that were killed the day before. Now, Alethea, her dream was to go to art school in Paris and one day share her art with the world. Ryan and Jessica were eager to share Alethea's art with us and said if we could share it, that somehow, maybe that would make Alethea smile in heaven. They told us that showing someone else Alethea's art would in some way keep her alive. Now, this particular drawing is a It's a self-portrait, all right, of Aletha drawing, with her friend in heaven looking down on her, drawing the very same picture. Her mother said of this drawing, she said, you know, we never really talked to her about heaven before, but somehow she knew. Aletha, 10 years old. Her father, Ryan, this man was steady. He was uncommonly together and calm. When a frazzled friend of his came up and said, how are you so calm? I'd be going crazy. Ryan told me, he said, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You'd be strong for your wife and kids, because if they see you go crazy, that will not help.
They're gonna be pissed if I light up the goods again. Oh, well.
Just a week prior, Ryan got a full-time line job, stringing power lines from pole to pole. And every day since landing that well-paying full-time job, he reminded his daughter Aletha, he said, girl, Daddy gonna spoil you now. Told her every single night. He said, Daddy's gonna take you to SeaWorld one day. He didn't get spoiled, his daughter. Aletha, she did not get to go to SeaWorld. We also met Anna and Danilo, the mom and the stepdad of 9-year-old Maite Rodriguez. Now, Maite wanted to be a marine biologist. She was already in contact with Corpus Christi University of A&M for her future college enrollment. 9 years old. Maite cared for the environment so strongly that when the city asked her mother if they could release some balloons into the sky, in her memory, her mom said, oh, no, Maite wouldn't want to litter. Maite wore green high-top Converse with a heart she had hand-drawn on the right toe because they represented her love of nature. Camilla's got these shoes. Can you show these shoes, please? Wore these every day. Green Converse with a heart on the right toe. These are the same green Converse on her feet that turned out to be the only clear evidence that could identify her after the shooting. How about that? Maite wrote a letter. Her mom said if Maite's letter could help someone accomplish her dream, that then her death would have an impact. And it would mean her dying had a point and wasn't pointless. That it would make the loss of her life matter. The letter reads, Marine biologist, I want to pass school to get to my dream college. My dream college is in Corpus Christi by the ocean. I need to live next to the ocean because I want to be a marine biologist. Marine biologists study animals and the water. Most of the time I will be in a lab. Sometimes I will be on TV. Then there was Ellie Garcia, a 10-year-old, and her parents, Stephen and Jennifer. Ellie loved to dance and she loved church. She even knew how to drive tractors and was already working with her dad and her uncle mowing yards. Ellie was always giving of her gifts, her time, even half-eaten food on her plate. They said around the house, we called her the Great Regifter. Smiling through tears, her family told us how Ellie loved to embrace, said she was the biggest hugger in the family. Now, Ellie was born Catholic, but had been going to Baptist church with her uncle for the last couple of years. Her mom and dad were proud of her because they said she was learning to love God no matter where. The week prior to her passing, she'd been preparing to read a verse from the Bible for the next Wednesday night's church service. The verse was from Deuteronomy 6:5. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might. That's who Ellie was becoming. But she never got to read it. Service on that Wednesday night. Then there was a fairy tale love story. A teacher named Irma and her husband Joe. What a great family this was. This was an amazing family. Camilla and I, we sat with about 20 of their family members in their living room, along with the 4 kids. Kids were 23, 19, 15, and 13. They shared all these stories about how Irma and Joe served the community and would host all these parties, and how Irma and Joe were planning on getting a food truck together when they soon retired. They were humble, hard-working people. Irma was a teacher. Her family said went above and beyond and just couldn't say no to any kind of teaching. Joe had been commuting to and from work 70 miles away in Del Rio for years. Together they were the glue of the family. Both worked overtime to support their 4 kids. Irma even worked every summer when school was out. The money she had made 2 summers ago paid to paint the front of the house. The money she made last summer paid to paint the sides of the house. This summer's work was going to pay to paint the back of the house. Because Irma was one of the teachers who was gunned down in the classroom. Joe, her husband, literally died of heartache the very next day when he had a heart attack. They never got to paint the back of their house. They never got to retire. And they never got to get that food truck together. We also met a cosmetologist. Now, she was well-versed in mortuary makeup. That's the task of making the victims appear as peaceful and natural as possible for their open casket viewings. These bodies were very different. They needed much more than makeup to be presentable. They needed extensive restoration. Why? Due to the exceptionally large exit wounds of an AR-15 rifle. Most of the body so mutilated that only DNA test or green Converse could identify. Many children were left not only dead, but hollow. So yes, counselors are going to be needed in Uvalde for a long time. Counselors are needed in all these places where these mass shooters have been for a long time. I was told by many that it takes a good year before people even understand what to do next. And even then, when they become secure enough to take the first step forward, a lifetime is not going to heal those wounds. But again, you know what every one of these parents wanted, what they asked us for? But every parent separately expressed in their own way to Camilla and me, that they want their children's dreams to live on. That they want their children's dreams to continue to accomplish something after they are gone. They want to make their loss of life matter. Look, we heard from so many people, right? Families of the deceased, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, Texas Rangers, hunters, Border Patrol, and responsible gun owners who won't give up their Second Amendment right to bear arms. And you know what they all said? We want secure and safe schools, and we want gun laws that won't make it so easy for the bad guys to get these damn guns. So, we know it's on the table. We need to invest in mental health care. We need safer schools. We need to restrain sensationalized media coverage. We need to restore our family values. We need to restore our American values. And we need responsible gun ownership. responsible gun ownership. We need background checks. We need to raise the minimum age to purchase an AR-15 rifle to 21. We need a waiting period for those rifles. We need red flag laws and consequences for those who abuse them. These are reasonable, practical, tactical regulations to our nation, states, communities, schools, and homes. Responsible gun owners are fed up with the Second Amendment being abused and hijacked by some deranged individuals. These regulations are not a step back. They're a step forward for a civil society and the Second Amendment. Look, is this cure-all? Hell no. But people are hurting. Families are, parents are. And look, as divided as our country is, this gun responsibility issue is one that we agree on more than we don't. It really is. Look, this should be a nonpartisan issue. This should not be a partisan issue. There is not a Democratic or Republican value in one single act of these shooters. It's not. But people in power have failed to act. So we're asking you. And I'm asking you, will you please ask yourselves, can both sides rise above? Can both sides see beyond the political problem at hand and admit that we have a life preservation problem on our hands? So we got a chance right now to reach for and to grasp a higher ground above our political affiliations. A chance to make a choice that does more than protect your party. A chance to make a choice that protects our country now and for the next generation. We got to take a sober, humble, and honest look in the mirror and rebrand ourselves based on what we truly value. What we truly value. We got to get some real courage and honor our immortal obligations instead of our party affiliations. Enough with the counterpunching. Enough of the invalidation of the other side. Let's come to the common table that represents the American people. Find a middle ground, the place where most of us Americans live anyway, especially on this issue. Because I promise you, America, you and me, we are not as divided as we are being told we are. No. How about we get inspired? Give ourselves just cause to revere our future again. Maybe set an example for our children. Give us reason to tell them, hey, listen and watch these men and women. These are great American leaders right here. Hope you grow up to be like them. And let's admit it. We can't truly be leaders if we're only living for re-election. Let's be knowledgeable and wise and act on what we truly believe. Again, we got to look in the mirror, lead with humility, and acknowledge the values that are inherent to, but also above politics.
Try to keep
We got to make choices, make stands, embrace new ideas, and preserve the traditions that can create true progress for the next generation. With real leadership, let's start giving us, all of us, with real leadership, let's start giving all of us good reason to believe that the American dream is not an illusion. So where do we start? We start by making the right choices on the issue that is in front of us today. We start by making laws that save innocent lives and don't infringe on our Second Amendment rights. We start right now by voting to pass policies that can keep us from having as many Columbine, Sandy Hooks, Parklands, Las Vegases, Buffaloes, and Uvaldes from here on. We start by giving Alethea a chance to be spoiled by her dad. We start by giving made a chance to become a marine biologist. Start by giving Ellie a chance to read her Bible verse at the Wednesday night service. Start by giving Irma and Joe a chance to finish painting their house. Maybe retire, get that food truck. We start by giving McKenna, Layla, Miranda, Nevaeh, Jose, Javier, Tess, Rogelio, Eliana, Annabelle, Jackie, Azuya, JC, Jayla, Ava, Amory, and Lexi. We start by giving all of them our promise that their dreams are not going to be forgotten. We start by making the loss of these lives matter.
Well, after moving to ban some LGBTQ plus books from school libraries and also to restrict transgender student athletes from competing in sports, Texas Republican lawmakers are now setting their sights on drag shows.
That's right. A state representative is floating a bill that would actually make it illegal to take children to drag shows after a video showing kids at a Dallas show went viral.
All right, NBC Out reporter Jay Valle joins us now on set here. Thank you to break this all down. And Jay, the drag shows I've seen or been to, I mean, usually happen in a club where there are already age minimums and restrictions. So talk to me about what this law is actually, what this bill is actually proposing and who would enforce it.
Absolutely. So yes, on Monday, Texas State Representative Brian Slayton announced that he will introduce a ban on minors attending drag shows in the state. And in his statement, he mentions the viral video that we just saw there, and it shows the children watching and tipping performers and how this was horrifying and disturbing. While the event was advertised as a family-friendly spin-off, the bar's regular drug brunch show, the event attracted a crowd of protesters outside of the venue during the event.
Which is really parents that brought their kids.
Again, a system moving across the Gulf of Mexico expected to strengthen into Tropical Storm Alex.
Well, after moving to ban some LGBTQ plus books from school libraries and also to restrict transgender student athletes from competing in sports, Texas Republican lawmakers are now setting their sights on drag shows.
That's right. A state representative is floating a bill that would actually make it illegal to take children to drag shows after a video showing kids at a Dallas show went viral.
All right, NBC Out reporter Jay Valle joins us now on set here. Thank you to break this all down. And Jay, the drag shows I've seen or been to, I mean, usually happen in a club where there are already age minimums and restrictions. So talk to me about what this law is actually what this bill is actually proposing and who would enforce it.
Absolutely. So yes, on Monday, Texas State Representative Brian Slayton announced that he will introduce a ban on minors attending drag shows in the state. And in his statement, he mentions the viral video that we just saw there, and it shows the children watching and tipping performers and how this was horrifying and disturbing. While the event was advertised as a family-friendly spin-off, the bar's regular drug brunch show, the event attracted a crowd of protesters outside of the venue during the event.
Which is really parents that brought their kids.
No, I mean, that's really interesting. But I guess the question is, does this bill actually have a shot of passing? I mean, what are lawmakers on the Hill saying about this?
Lawmakers, so first, State Rep Brian Slayton went to Twitter and shared a few words in a tweet with his statement attached, saying that drag shows are no place for a child, and how he knows that his Speaker Dade Phelan and Republican colleagues would agree that it's not a space for children. And furthermore, Representative Taylor Greene of Georgia also shared on Twitter that it should be illegal to take children into drag shows and strip clubs, and that there should be no federal funding for any school that intentionally confuses children about gender sexuality. And if employees or teachers in that aspect should do that they should be fired and lose all benefits.
NBC Out reporter Jay Valle, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
On Monday, another desperate search at Mount Shasta in California, a popular outdoor adventure tourist destination known for its backcountry skiing. 3 rescue operations conducted by the Siskiyou County Sheriff, all within hours of one another, during icy and dangerous conditions following a storm Sunday.
Go up on the mountain, try to locate up, and potentially
coming. Be gone!
Mercy!
Hey guys, it's Lily. How are you? Welcome back to my channel. So today I wanted to talk to you about something that is very, I think it's personal for me. I'm sure others have this issue, but I, for a long time, did not want to make videos, take pictures because of my teeth. I'm very self-conscious of my teeth. I feel like that's a very personal thing. And I've had a lot of medical issues in the past years. And it's not that I haven't gone to the dentist. I just have had a lot of issues. And I've gone to the dentist a lot. And as a result, I had teeth pulled out. So when I talk or when I smile, I try to keep it, you know, very straight so that you don't see that. My teeth are not yellow or horrible. It's just that I've had a lot of medical issues. And depending on your medical issues, you can lose teeth. So I have, unfortunately, and one I've been looking into implants, and like one implant is like well over $2,000. The actual permanent veneers is over $15,000. Like, I've done my research. It's a lot of money. I would love to do it, but it's a lot of money. It's a lot of time. You know how many visits you have to do. And honestly, guys, if you just don't like the way your teeth are pretty healthy, because mine are now. I just happen to be missing some teeth. So I don't like it. And more, I've become an influencer, and more and more I'm in front of the camera. And I really don't want to have to hide it. So I found these pop-on veneers. It's actually, the company is called Pop-On Veneers, which is perfect because that's what they are. And they're not anywhere near expensive as the permanent veneers or as the implants. They literally just pop on. I'm going to show you in a minute. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about it because I've done a lot of research, guys. And there's a lot of companies that do it now. Like it's a thing now. It's an actual thing. The thing is that you have to be very careful with who you go with, because you could end up spending your money and not be happy with the results. I found this company after doing so much research, and their lab is based out of New York. And what they do is that they send you a kit. If you want to do the top and the bottom, you can do both. I decided to do both. But I really, honestly, when I speak, you can't tell as much my bottom. I just wanted them to match, but I like the top ones. That's what was my concern. But I ordered both. And both of them, it cost you under $600, $600 and under, as opposed to permanent veneers or implants, like I said. What they do is that they send you a kit. Once you order it online, they send you a kit and very, very specific instructions. Even a video on how to do the mold. You do it at home yourself, and then they send you the putty and the tray to make the form of your teeth. And you do twice. They're very, very thorough, these people. Trust me, they are thorough. You do 2 molds for the top and 2 molds for the bottom. I personally had, I thought I did it well, and one of them, like, they have to be perfect. So I love that they're very perfectionist. They want to make sure that they get your exact mold of your teeth. So they did end up sending me another one to redo one of the top. And I'm glad, you know what, I was not annoyed, and it was not a long process, which is, I want to say maybe a couple of weeks. The whole process, like they send me the mold, I send it back to them done, and then after maybe I guess like a week, I want to say, I'm not 100% sure, but it really did not take as long as I thought it was going to take, and then I received them. So enough blabber, I want to show you what they look like. So again, here are my teeth. Sorry, this is the first time that I'm like super straightforward about my mouth, about my teeth, and showing you. But it's just that honestly, I really like this company. I really like the results that I got. So they sent me the finished product, came, you know, in a case. They send you some tablets so that you can, with instructions, with a guide on how to care for them, and some tablets, a toothbrush so you can clean them, and they send you everything in this little pack so that you can keep everything organized. So here we are. Let's try. Here's the thing. I'm gonna do a disclaimer. When you first purchase them, I am in the initial phase basically because it wasn't that long ago that I got them, so I've been using them and trying to get used to them. When you first get them, you're going to be, they're comfortable. That's not the issue. But you kind of have like a lisp because you're not used to, your mouth is not used to having, you know, something over your teeth. So it would take some getting used to, but it's not something that bothers. It's not something that hurts. Guys, you can even eat with these. And I've eaten like vegetables. I wouldn't recommend eating like an apple or like a big steak, you know, but you can eat with them. You can drink with them. And here's the bottom one. I'm going to put the bottom one. That's it. You heard it snap? See, the bottom, for me, like I said, you really can't see it much. They come in 3 different shades. So you have the bright white, the natural white, and like the yellows, like the stain. I just got the natural white because if you're gonna get these, I would like it to be a little whiter than my teeth, but not like super duper bright. So you can see the difference here. Okay. And here are the top ones. These are the ones I like. I like these. Sorry, I'm in front of a camera. There. Guys, they are exactly, you will probably hear a little lisp. Anyway, they are exactly the same as my teeth. Like, look, right up to the gum line. And you can't see my missing teeth, guys. How awesome is that? They're not extremely white, like, whoa, what did you have done? No, I did not want that result. I wanted it to look, you know, decent. That's what I want. It's going to be a mold. It's going to be a replica of your teeth. So you're not going to expect them to be like however your teeth are, that's how they're going to look. They're just going to look better. And if you have missing teeth, look, they fill it in. Let me show you. Look how easy it is, guys. Super easy. Here you can see the darker ones. Those are the ones that are filling in these teeth that are missing. And they are not super thick, so they're not gonna look like bulky on your teeth. Okay. And you just put them up, sorry. You have to wash them, guys, really well after you use them, and you brush your teeth before you put them on. You don't want anything in there. But like I said, guys, I totally recommend this. I'm gonna put a link down below so that you guys go check them out.
God.